Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 22. I guess we'll call this review day. We introduced 8 new cards to the fold. I haven't decided how I'm gonna stagger the rest yet in the SRS. We're just gonna hop right in. We do our recall actively, I suppose, some way, using the benefits of the game, which is lovely. So we're gonna start with some perspective here. Okay. All right. Let's see how we go. Last time it took us about an hour to get to where we were. So let's try it. Oh, that's kind of a little slopey, but it's fine. Alright. Icky. Kairu. Onzatsuru. Bendy. Alright. Next one. Next one. Okoku. Sendensuru. I have to double check one of the strokes, but that's fine. You call. It's kind of a lovely feeling when you say a sound and you immediately narrow it down to like 2 or 3 characters it could be. Like, now I'm getting to a point where I'm like, okay, well, I don't remember what the combination of characters are, but if I could say it, I could write it, kind of thing. So it's kind of like getting closer to Hanzi, where I kind of sort of momentarily forgot what the right character was. You call. But since I can pronounce you call, I could narrow down what the character was. And then after you know some of the radicals and all that, you put it together pretty quickly. Kind of a nice feeling. Mediocre. Okay. Alright. Jäger Poster. Miru. Enjiru. Oh, wait. I'm curious. I should look up this stroke order next time. Is this corner? The corner strokes can vary after yesterday's little revelation. So it's not quite clear if it's vertical first. Oh, space. It's fine. Ando Teki. Alright. Trying to fit all the stuff in. Eigakan. Oops. Wait. Wrong one. Actually. Yeah. Wrong top rifle. Miru. Yeah, Miru. Date suru. Akuryoku. I'm translating inside my head. And we're just gonna forgo that output most of the time. It's pretty automatic these days. And yeah, I don't stop translating in my head. Just an unpopular opinion. Just an unpopular thing to do. Let's see. Right. Let's turn around. You do. Okay. Okay. Mokse. Oh, I just got this character. I recently used this character in Hanzu. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder how they're related. Shingoki. Matsu. Iku. I recently had this radical as well. Okay. Right. Jutai. Okay. 電気屋。too big. 高い。新しい。ピカピカ。テレビ。スケール。Oops. 消す。見る？見る。Alright.ノートパソコン。使う。つける。ダウンロードする。Oops. 冷蔵庫。 Smetai. Yes. Oh, man, it's kind of intense. Ireru. Enchirenji. Shimeru. I mean, atatameru. Shimeru. Atatameru. I was thinking of my next thing I was gonna write. Shimeru. Akeru. Game. Anoshi. Atsu. Let's make this. Okay. Makeru. Chizu. Tagasu. Iku. Miru. Yeah. Onya. 아우. 여무. Shizuka. Zachi. Zachi. Yomu. Atadashi. Omoshiroi. Okay. Let's move here. I made an error last time, so we corrected it. Now they're in the right direction. Oshu Toire. Iku. Sagasu. Embendi. Just visualizing them in my head. Don't really need to write them again. Anna. Kirei. Izuo yaru. Saku. Okay. Jido Hanbaiki. Jido Hanbaiki. Aksan. Yasui. Bendy. Oh, I think I skipped one. I did skip one. We'll add the one that I skipped. From yeah. Oops. Oh wait, yeah. Where can we? Oops. She's in. She's in. Yeah. Kakureru. Niwa. 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 What am I missing here? I think. Oh. Right. Nomimono. Nomu. So good. Not quite. No, that's fine. It could be the other direction. Awayaka. Okay. Omibako. Eat pie. Recycle suru. Itanai. Yesterday I added an extra kana. Itanai. Neko. Oh no. That's right over here. Konnichiwa. Nani o shimasu ka? Nihongo o kakimashita. Or kakimasu. I'm playing a video game. Yeah, I'm playing a game called Shashingo. And Shashingo have words, and I'm trying to write them from memory. Write all the characters from memory. Kanji o benkyou shimasu. Okay. Zuru gashikoi. Interesting, never heard about this game before. Oh, this game is relatively new. It came out this April. This April. It's about to be launched on the Switch, if not already. And you take pictures, and the flashcards, as in like picture cards, you see the pun, where the pun's going. The flashcards are kind of like your flashcards, like Anki. So the front, you'll be taking pictures of things, and that will give you the kanji. Yeah, flashcards, I know, right? And then on the back, they'll give you 3 associated words. It could be any associated words. And it works kind of like Anki, right? Like Anki is a very popular platform. Instead, now you have the interactability of virtual tourism, and like taking pictures is kind of nice. And you have a different form of interacting with target language. This game is not curriculum based, so it's contextual based. So whatever they find appropriate that's in it, that's how it works. The game also supplies like foundational book note things. Like you have a book that describes a lot of the foundational things, how to greet, how to say goodbye, and conjugations and particles. So I imagine they're going to continue filling that up as well. So you have things like this. You'll have a album, right? An album of all the items. You can customize the things, and then they'll tell you like parts of speech, maybe some other stuff. And then there's reference. So there's a reference book that goes over some basic principles and foundations. And this game is still continuing, since this is an indie game, it's likely going to have DLCs and whatnot. So probably different maps. And the reason why I say it's not curriculum based is largely there's no set prescribed thing like, oh, now it's time to cover how to conjugate verbs, or speak in the present tense, the like the non-past tense and the past tense, or describe this thing. It's not kind of that kind of game. There is another game called Wagotabi that is doing that though. So I'm still waiting for a significant update to that. This game, I'm extracting the kanji from it. I enjoy writing quite a lot, so writing is my final output. So that's what I do. We've already went around and collected everything that's in this map. And now we're slowly going through and extracting all the kanji from it. Let's see. Neko. どれぐらい日本語、どれぐらい日本語を勉強してますか? That's kind of hard to answer. Honestly, I don't even count that high. I started 174 days ago. 174 days ago. Roughly 5時間かかります per day. And it's still part of my regular schedule now. So after this, I go back to Duolingo to extract more stuff. I also started Chinese 70 days ago. Trying to find different things I can stream to interact with the target language. for people to maybe spectate or join in or have fun with it. You started about 150 days ago yourself. Awesome. No wonder with 5 hours every day. Yeah. The reason why I say 5 to 6 hours, I think I spend half that time talking to people about language learning and their journeys. That part enriches a lot of my memories. So lots of the things I remember and how I'm reading Japanese questions and whatnot are because I stream the experience. So like things when you're asking like, how long have I been studying Japanese? That's largely how I got used to reading and stuff by interacting in this way. Yeah. This is more the norm. The conversation we're having now is more of the norm of what I do. Yeah. 150 days, huh? How have you been going about studying Japanese? What kind of word? Choyude? No. I haven't used that expression yet. Choyude. Benkyo. Like benkyo o choyude. No, that doesn't work. Okay. What am I thinking of? No, not do. Not do. Nani shite. There's a very specific phrase I don't get to use very often. It's the interrogative how. No, I can't find it easily. You study... Oh, the Genki textbook. Very nice. Very nice. And flashcards. And you have a teacher online. Pretty much the regular stuff. Oh, okay. Well, you know what's funny about that, right? Regular... Go? There's this phrasing, and I don't remember it, but at the moment, you do something. So, like, you have a direct object. So let's say like benkyo, right? Study. And then you have a particle. And then there's this key word here that I'm missing. And it's the interrogative how. How. I don't remember what this is. That's what I'm trying to think of. It'll come to me later. I was gonna try to like make up another sentence or something. Teacher online, how's that going? Oh, doyakte. Yes, doyakte. Doyakte. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Wow. It's nice that you can immediately... Yeah, nice. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you. I don't get to use it very often. I should start using it more often in conversations. Thank you. It wasn't me, it was my wife who helped you. Aw, that's cute. Your wife also is learning or is Japanese or... Well, yeah, doyakte. That's so... you know how... So this is why I'm writing, by the way. I'm also outputting writing and trying to construct because listening and hearing aren't issues anymore. She studied Japanese at university. Ah, I see. Yeah. So like if there's context, obviously most of us or most language learners are going to learn it within context. However, I try as hard as I can when I'm like streaming and stuff to try to create the context myself. because that's necessary for construction. However, if you said the words and like write the words, then I would know how to respond. But initiating conversation and whatnot, obviously we need to eventually do that in order to create and speak to people. Yeah. I predicate on listening. My background, like my skill set largely focuses on like oral communication a lot of times and like interpersonal skills. So my dominant most practiced skill set is listening. Like auditory listening. So listening is not quite the bottleneck here most of the time. Which I do find that from my experience, these 100+ days from most people, reading is the dominant. Like many, at least almost unanimously, the people that I've got a privilege to interact with, their dominant is reading, which makes kind of a lot of sense. You know, it kind of checks out based on the most popular uses, the tools that they rely on, right? And I would agree, like reading is definitely second on the list. And now we're just focusing on writing most of the time. どこに住んでいますか？住んでいますか？アメリカに住んでいます。ニューヨークの近くです。近くです。Somewhere around there. It's near it. It's fine. It's near New York. I use New York as a landmark in case you're not American, right? I generally use New York as the landmark. Kita. I don't actually know how. Maybe you slap them together. Kita. Kita Higashi? I don't know if you can slap them together like in Japanese. So you say like Kita Higashi desu. Like northeast. I live in the northeast. Kita maybe like Kita no Higashi no America, or America no Kita no Higashi desu. In English, you can say northeast. Oh, you can do it without? Oh, okay. Okay, you can do it without the no. Yeah, so I'm kind of curious how they do like northeast. In English, you would just slap them together. So it would be presumptuous. So I just added the no's just in case. North to the east. Yeah. I think it's very cute. It's without? Okay, cool. I think it's really cute that you're a couple that knows Japanese. And I think it's really endearing. Kawaii desu. That you are learning Japanese and your wife has already learned Japanese. It's a great way to connect. I've met quite a few now, couples like that. Strong wording there. It's fine. You can encourage each other. That's such a great way to connect. I've met a lot of intercultural, like multicultural couples lately. Met about 3 who their partner is Japanese, or of an Asian persuasion, I suppose, and they're learning language, and then they're like exchanging languages, It's a very wonderful thing to connect. It's rarer to find both couples learning a secondary language that they both don't share. Oh, you're also multicultural. I see. Norway, Portuguese. Dang. Yeah, yeah. So that's cool. That's really cool. I am, I guess, I don't know if you've already come to that conclusion, presumption, but it's pretty safe. I'm like a second gen. So my parents are Chinese. They're Fujianese specifically. So I am not Japanese. And I was born in the United States. So English is a common language. Although I speak Fujianese at home, my parents. And I'm learning Mandarin because, well, when you're in the United States, it's kind of difficult to juggle anything but English when you're like heading straight for a career. They are what specifically? Fujianese, yeah. Fujo. So this is the designation for, yeah, Fujianese. And that is also the name of the language. I know. Helpful, right? Yeah, Fujianese. It's a it's kind of a shrinking dialect. It's kind of a shrinking dialect of Mandarin. One of the shrinking dialects. And since I'm born in the United States, there's no formal way of learning it other than listening to your folks and hanging around the immigrants, the high immigrant areas. Ujiwa. Tôi mami tôi papa con Ujiwa. Monoin ga Ujiwa. Ya me ai chọn siano. Mo J mo G mo Sinan ga Ujiwa. I basically just said like about what I said. I speak to my mother and father in Fujianese. There isn't any like formal writing in Fujianese, and there aren't like teachers or anything that you can find to teach Fujianese. That's basically what I said. You're also a second gen. Your mother is Russian. Oh, yeah. Although, wait, are there Russian? Do you speak like a Russian dialect at all? Where you like listen in a Russian, or at least I feel like you can at least learn Russian. One of many dialects, sadly. Oh, okay, so you do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, so I can resonate with that for sure. Yeah, the empathy. My just a little slight story. My late grandparents, especially my late grandfather, my father's father, has always had this sparkle in his eyes when he is aware, or he's reminded again when he visits from China, that one of his grandsons know Fujianese. So it's kind of one of those type of feelings. And as I'm getting older, I also feel the same way. No, they're just standard dialects. Oh, I see. I don't speak any. Oh, okay. I was replying to your... Oh, okay. Sorry. At least the nice thing is you still have time to learn Russian if you want it, right? Yeah, I just speak standard. Oh, okay. Well, that works. I'm working on Mandarin for that reason as well. Mandarin, and if I have time, I'll probably go to Cantonese. And I'm sure you have the same feeling as a second gen, but I've gotten to the point where I need to put words like letters and things to the sounds that I already know. So like if someone spoke to me in Mandarin or someone spoke to me in Cantonese, I would respond in English because I haven't produced Like, I haven't produced anything in a while, right? So that stuff really helps. That intuition really helps on picking up all the writing and stuff, and it feels great. It feels really great. The last 70 days with Mandarin was pretty amazing, because now I can finally like put words and writing and Hanzi. I mean, I'm gonna plug something here, but if you know Japanese and you're like accumulating kanji, you'd be surprised how fun it is to put more meaning and stuff into the same characters when you start learning Chinese. It's a lot of fun. That's one of the things a bunch of people who I've met so far that's learning Japanese also find it entertaining to like guess and stuff at the Chinese. And a lot of this is why I'm learning both. Like, it's so wonderful to be learning Chinese and Japanese once you get your foundations down, right? So Japanese foundations, check, right? N5 foundations are check. And then in Chinese, I already have the, like, whatever the level is, the first level of foundational structuring. So now it's always constantly back and forth relating Japanese and Chinese together. You saw some videos about that actually? Chinese people trying to understand. Yes, it's the same person. Someone showed me that video recently. I forgot the guy's name or like the channel's name, but it is that very similar. It is that very same video, for sure. And in that video, they showed that more complex stuff like newspapers and stuff was translatable. They were transcribable between the two. But when you get down to like conversational level stuff, it can be a little iffy because the colloquialism changed between Chinese and Japanese. And I see it too, for sure. I mean, when I'm learning Japanese, I can't but help think about Chinese. And yeah, the structure and stuff can be a little weird when it becomes the simpler stuff. But the more difficult stuff, it seems like Japanese and Chinese have this significant specificity that it's really fun to see them interact. I forgot the dude's name, but it's the same video. YouTube has that way. YouTube definitely has that way. Eventually, everyone has seen those viral videos. It's kind of nice. I mean, it's not every day that you see a viral multilingual video. So kudos to that guy. Yeah, super fun. Do you and your wife, like, does your wife continue to learn Japanese? Sorry, I'm like totally into this. This is what I do half the time. Sometimes I want to put loosely, I'm studying Japanese for a fixed amount of time. It wouldn't be as fun if I wouldn't be having conversations with other language learners. Personal opinion. Russian. Man, is it Russian, Norwegian, Portuguese? Man, you have everything going on. That's way more multicultural than I am. Yeah, kinda. She passed N2 some years ago and kinda stopped. But she started taking classes again, and it has been a while. Ah, okay. Look at you. But now you two can like go back and forth in Japanese. I don't know if the word cute is going, if you're going for the word cute, but I think that's pretty cool. Now you just go back and forth, you know? Oh, I really like the share. Thank you for sharing, by the way. Munch. Yeah, kind of. My Japanese is very basic, still N5. I'm there with ya. I would say, I wouldn't say conservatively, you know, conservatively, as Asian cultures go. Conservatively, I wouldn't say anything beyond N5. I think I'm fairly comfortable to tell people that I can N5 this. Other than that, we're enjoying any way to engage in the target language. Genki? How high does Genki go? I remember hearing that Genki covers like N5 to N4 and then just stops, right? And then people move on to like Nihongo, Mina Nihongo, like the other series, which is just completely written in Japanese, which takes you all the way to like even more advanced things. That's kind of the thing that I heard from people. You can either start with Mina Nihongo or start with Genki and then move to that one, because that series like continues. And then flashcards. Are you literally writing flashcards? N5 and N4, I think, but I use try N5. They have all the levels as additional material. Oh, okay, okay. I see. I see. For flashcards, are you Ankiing or are you literally flashcarding? Because that's kind of fun too, making flashcards. Although you're gonna have a lot of flashcards in the end. But I imagine you're using an app out of convenience, like Anki, for your flashcards. Quizletting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Way to be an edgelord, Munchy Munch. Yeah, the conservative, like, popular response would be Anki. A Quizletting. Edgelord. I use Duolingo, so it's kind of ironic, but when it comes to Japanese, if your SRS is anywhere touching Duolingo, you're either considered you do what everyone else is doing, or you're an edgelord because I didn't say anything about Anki. Have you done gray reading at all? Whoops. Have you tried any gray reading at all? I kind of really like that as a graded reader. Graded readers. Someone I know who's quite advanced in Japanese, they really enjoy Satori reader. Quizlet is simple. I like to just repeat all my cards regardless of some yeah, me too. Tatoku is what this same guy suggested. Tatoku, which is free, and I really appreciate people who put out free content. So Tatoku is where it all starts, but there's like a more like industrial one called Satori reader. And graded readers are kind of a wonderful thing. I have heard of Denshu. Yes, I have heard of Denshu. Someone really likes Denshu. I haven't heard from that person again. However, yeah, they briefed me on how Denshu goes about it. And I heard it may or may not still be like a solo dev or a smaller group. Pretty impressive stuff. Yeah, it also does a different variant of the whole gamification thing. Yeah, I've heard a lot of things recently. I haven't really used any of them, largely due to like making content and restrictions. I'm actually translating it into Norwegian. Little fun fact. Oh, neat. Wait, so are you working with the with a community group or something for and that is like communicating with the dev? Because that's really cool. That's awesome. I haven't met anyone yet who's part of like the translational, like a translational project. Interesting. Very interesting. Sorry, I've been thinking about kawaii the whole time. It's the term back here. Hawaii. Yeah, you can volunteer, okay, by just asking a dev. He's a sweet guy, and you can translate as much as you want and get the premium sub as a reward. Aww. Regrettably, I don't have any alternative language skills that could help with translating things. I would love, it would be awesome to be collaborating with someone like that. It's nice that the Denshu devs have people willing to help, because projects are tough, like projects like these, especially language learning projects. Which, by the way, in case you're curious, Shashingo is a solo dev. The music was a collab, or the contracting collab, but this is a solo dev. It was actually a crowd-funded game. His name is Peter... Oh no, I've got his last name. Peter something. This guy's from... strikes me as British, as in like they're based in British, but yeah, this game is a solo dev game. Recommend joining the Discord group. Bunch of free lessons there, or everything is free. Where? Oh, okay, I'll have to consider it. That's so cool. Solo dev stories are raging these days. Indeed, right? Indeed. And here's my take on this. Shashingo. It's awesome that the dev picked up Nintendo's attention, because that's a big deal for a solo dev. It's even bigger deal that this is an edutainment game, because edutainment games, like during my time, I don't know how old, what generation you are part of, but during my time, edutainment games kind of was on the uptrend, and then it just dipped and fell by the wayside due to the popularity of things like, you know, FPSs and next gen counseling and console things. So being an indie dev and willing to do an edutainment game as your first dev, like first developmental game, is very, very tough, right? So it's kind of neat that's why you don't have many of these games. You don't see games of this nature too often. So it's kind of nice that this game has some recognition. Wagotabi went the other group. Wagotabi is being mobile first, so you might be able to like find mobile games that are free and, you know, trying to break out. I've been following a bunch of video games here and there. It's a good intersection for people to learn language, in my opinion. And obviously, without a doubt, Duolingo is one that would show that it's at least financially sustainable to tackle language learning in a business model. For better or for worse, it sets the precedence. Oh, and it was on sale, actually. It was on sale. They hit a sale in the summer sale. That's when I picked it up. But yeah, it's really cool. It's very cute. I'm gonna have to show you a cute thing. One of the reasons why I said neko, and when I'm looking at this image, is because this little guy is here. There are no other humans around in this game, just 4 cats and a doggo. Look at that little doggo. Look at that cat. Here's a doggo over here too. Neko-chan, indeed. Neko-chan. So, Neko-chan. Inu-chan. Inu-chan. Inu-chan mo. Yes. Also, this says don't feed the dog, please. I think. Oh, please do not feed me. Yeah. You can click on any of the... You can click on any of the things. I have no relations with the dev, but I like supporting dev groups. It's generosity meets generosity, right? No one asked for this type of game, but I'm glad it exists. I've been reading the Discord of this developer trying to juggle like fixing all the things before the Switch launch. It sounds quite a lifestyle. Quite a lifestyle. Alright. So we have Neko. So Neko, the three words or phrases that are attached to Neko is Zuru gashikoi, Kawaii, and How. There we go. So that's what I'm doing right now. It might look like I'm just staring at a blank screen, but this is the visual. I'm doing like recall from a visual, and then I'm doing the kanji writing and the read and the translation simultaneously in my head. That's what I've been working on for all the days prior. It's a little different. I tend to try to come up with creative ways of engaging myself with whatever is offered. Which, by the way, I don't know about your educational background. I already see that your wife is a university student, or was a university student, or currently is, because you mentioned that she's taking classes. I am much older. I don't know how old you guys are. It's not to say that people can't still be in school when they're old, but I'm a postdoctorate. Although I didn't take language as a study focus. I studied biology. I have a doctorate in biology. So when it comes like education and stuff, language learning is it's practically a built-in hobby at this point. Learning things is a built-in hobby. Scholar for life, as you say. As one say. Scholar for life. And here I am. Learning Japanese. Let's see. Neko. What else we have? Okay. Gaito. Osoi. Takai. Takai we already have. We're not gonna write that. Takai. Kai. And Akarui. Students here, yeah. Also probably a scholar for life, as I'm taking languages and teaching as my major. Aw, you're gonna be... Oh, a fellow teacher. I like it. I like it. It definitely, I mean, it goes without saying, you really strike me as someone who would be a wonderful teacher. I imagine it's not a big coincidence that we kind of just started chatting very naturally. Because I would say as part of being a scholar, you're always constantly thinking about how you can teach and teach and pass on information. Yeah, being a scholar for life is most definitely almost synonymous and associated with the aspiration of teaching, especially Japanese. My morning do not feel complete without flashcards and coffee. I see. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it much. It's great to meet another fellow scholar. You don't have that very often nowadays. And what I mean by that is like a scholar who's focused in the idea of teaching and communication, not just simply a lot of the conversation deals with like the perception of self-worth a lot of times. My wife, I know we have no friends. Yeah. So let me I'll give you an idea. You and your wife at the moment are probably in the last maybe 100 people that I've met while learning Japanese and doing this kind of thing. I don't think a single one of them naturally express. I do have a few though. I do in a different way, but they're not naturally in a state where they are thinking about teaching. Usually it's more like self-improvement, right? A self-improvement, self-interest. And that type of perspective makes talking about language learning very different. It's about how fast you're going, how productive you are, how effective you are, like how effective you're doing compared to other people, right? Like how you're not meeting their benchmarks or expectations, as opposed to thinking a little bit outwardly and discussing things like exchanging ideas, if you will. It's all about measuring yourself to others. Yeah. And immediately when we were talking about exchanging ideas. Like we were openly exchanging ideas or asking and inquiring about each other's current state of mind and perspective on things. That's university in a nutshell, really. If you have the privilege, which I was fairly privileged, to be at a university with relatively open minds and whatnot, you're always constantly just adding and exchanging information, as opposed to constantly saying, oh, this is better, that is better, I think this is the best, you think this is the best. That kind of thing is very contrasty, and I don't think it's very obvious to individuals who do not pursue a career, and it's not necessary obviously, but the conversations are very different, and it's very refreshing. I haven't worked in academia in quite a long time now, so every occasional student that I meet, and I've met quite a lot of the university students since I started learning Japanese publicly. However, most of them do not have aspirations of teaching. So their conversations tend to focus inwardly as appropriate, right? It's very appropriate to focus inwardly if you have no aspirations of teaching or passing on knowledge. For those, though, I have met 3 or 4 people who've been around for some time now in this journey, that they have other professional careers, but they are very of like-minded people. Very, appropriately like-minded. Otherwise, those people don't come back around. They don't resonate with you. Yeah, it's nice to meet people who are willing to teach things. I have a fondness and a bias, a very much a bias towards, it's not like a kept secret or anything. I'm quite biased towards people who are willing to spend a lot of their time trying to basically compromise between becoming an expert in something, right? Excelling in something, and willing to exchange some of that ability and not time for the concern of disseminating information, right? Because if you're focused on teaching, you do have to compromise on self-improvement to some extent. And lots of people struck me as the people who are more, oh, if you're not the best, then you shouldn't teach anything. I'm like, well, it's actually kind of very paradoxical. In order to teach, you have to devote some time to that mindset and to that teaching lifestyle, and that involves investing time in, say, something that I don't think a lot of people appreciate is, I get this question a lot. Some people ask me, so why are you learning the basics again? Or like, why are you constantly trying to reinvent basics that you already know? Or this is you know, like, this is too easy for you. And I'm like, I know the content itself, if you're evaluating just the content itself with the perspective of yourself, then yes, it's easy, it's meaningless, or etc. But to me, I'm like, well, how would I be able to teach and answer questions and provide advice if I don't know what people are using these days and participating in understanding the foundations that are being set by other people, right? Like when they start and whatnot. It's great to specialize, but you also need to be grounded in your foundations in order to be able to teach it, right? If someone says don't use Duolingo because Duolingo is garbage, certainly, for that person. Now, the question is, are you going to be able to provide advice to people who are using Duolingo as a starting point? Well, if you didn't use Duolingo anymore, how are you effectively providing advice or teaching? It's and you have to dedicate some time to that, right? So it's one of those things. The reason why I'm saying this is you said a comment, Munchy Munch, the way you worded a comment, you're the type of person who would go over things regardless of what an AI algorithm tells you to. That, to me, is what I'm trying to highlight here. And I think that meant a lot more than perhaps I gave it, like, I was expressing. The idea is you can work around most things. I think learning is dynamic enough to accommodate whatever tools you use. So the idea that you're using Quizlet as opposed to that you're really throwing compliment, well, it's a telltale sign, right? It's a telltale sign of someone who knows that they can learn something because the information doesn't change. So the approach is largely negotiable. There's a Portuguese saying my wife told me once as a joke, but I think it's very fitting for this conversation. If you don't know it, teach it. Yeah. And if you know it, still teach it. But the idea, the greatest thing about it is it really, it's a form of output that really tells you where your comprehension is, in my opinion. And it also allows you to practice interpersonal skills, which, frankly, that's, if I had to plug something, my marketable skills, right? If I had to plug any marketable skills, largely it'd be interpersonal skills with a focus on instruction, right? Instruction. I didn't go and spend 2/3 of my life not loving being around people and teaching people and explaining quote unquote complex topics without simplifying them. Yeah, it would be very, very difficult, in my opinion, to be an adequate scientist without being able to do that. And that is fundamental to teaching. There's a great difference between simplifying things and explaining something complicated in a comprehensible way. I think the internet has done enough to overrepresent oversimplification of complicated topics. Like, for example, how to learn Japanese 101. Move to Japan and survive. Like that sounds fantastically trite, but I can see where they're coming from. I don't think that constitutes as constructional advice, though. Um, personally. So as a person who loves explaining things over and over again, like teachers, I think one great quality of teachers, like a person who really genuinely like teaching, is that you don't get tired of trying to reinvent how you teach something. If it's the same thing, I get tired of saying the same thing, then don't say the same thing, or like don't say it in the same way, right? You're always looking to embellish and try to teach something a way that's appropriate. So for me, it's always fun to come up with new contexts, new analogies based on the person I'm talking to. That's what makes a teacher very effective, right? The content itself doesn't change per se. Like, you have to learn these characters. Those characters aren't going to change. How you learn these characters can change willy-nilly. If you're a person who say this is the right way to learn these characters, then I respect that. However, your application and your ability to provide advice is limited to just that, right? There's nothing else outside that, and hopefully the advice you give is going to the appropriate person. Teaching, on the other hand, it never ends. You're always learning. And when you stand in front of a classroom in a new year, 50 new students on average, I guess. 50 new students if you're in a major university. 50 new students and an infinite possibility of new material and things you have to adjust to. Right? I firmly believe that contextually the generation of today learns quite substantially different from the generation that I grew up in. And I'm continuing to do that now. And that's what's so awesome about it. You never stop learning. Exactly. Like, I kid you not, I had this discussion a couple times already where someone said to the extent of, oh, when are you going to be done learning Japanese? Or, oh, I finished this stuff in the language. And my first thought was, my first answer was like, what do you mean stop learning something? Even if it's a quantifiable language, like for example, a quantifiable thing. My thought was, so we're learning natural languages. Natural languages, they don't like stay static forever. And also just the idea of knowing that you want to stop learning is something I can't relate to. And I try my best. However, again, I'm very biased, so my natural inclination is to encourage people to have a different relationship with learning. You continue to learn because it's one of your greatest assets as a human being, in my opinion. If you don't want to continue learning, that's perfectly fine. There are plenty of people out there who tell you what you need to learn, and that's about it. And that's fine. Like, that's their space. My space is, if you think you know something and you think it's boring to do it, I'm probably the last guy you want to talk to, because I will probably try to find something interesting about it nevertheless, like regardless of the status, because I want the person to continue loving to do the thing they do. Like, it's very disheartening when I hear someone say, oh yeah, I love language learning, and then suddenly they would make a comment like, "Oh yeah, this stuff is boring because it's too easy. It's all the same." Like that doesn't strike me as someone who loves something. With some grain of salt, of course. You're studying Norwegian at uni, my mother tongue. Stop learning. I'm still learning new stuff every day. Yeah, exactly. I don't think you can ever have an end point except if you make the decision to stop. That is far more elegant than what I just said in like 30 minutes. You have a way of being very, very concise. I'm a little fruit. I guess my explanation was a little bit sentimental, a little bit fruity. Um, yeah. Someone asked me like, why do I already mentioned this, but why do I keep translating? So this is a contentious point. This is a very contentious point. Someone said, you know, a lot of people said like, this isn't the real way to learn language. Why do you keep translating? And my really quick answer is, well, my English, I learned a lot about English. Like, I know I speak English as my common language. It's not my mother tongue, but it might as well be. And still, to this day, like, yeah, it's gonna slow you down. But your goal, you know, a lot of people's goal is to exclusively separate languages. So they want to always think in another language. Like, that's acceptable. That's very admirable. And naturally you want to do that. For me, I don't. The more I translate from Japanese to English, the more I actually learn about English. I'm actually struggling with English right now. There are so many weaknesses and gaps in my English, especially a casual conversation. My understanding of colloquialisms in English was really highlighted when I started translating phrases from Japanese to English. I realized that I might be a little out of touch with colloquial English. I mean, nowadays, like, I can't even do bruh. Like, if you look around in digital platforms and stuff, like, the colloquialism of Americanized English is beyond me at this point. How often do you hear a streamer, you know, a random streamer go about talking about colloquialisms and the, you know, behavioral consequences of mere exposure on algorithm-based search engines? I think someone would just say, yo dude, YouTube be brain rotting right now, bruh. I know that sounded really cringe, but that's kind of like the closest thing I have. I'm like really out of touch with English colloquialism. I hear it, but I don't speak it very, very much. Guys, look. Guys, look. Bruh, 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 bruh. That's kind of the usual, and it's actually quite impressive. It's quite impressive how communication is done that way. Speaking of not a different language, right? You don't even have to go very far from English to be culture shocked by how English is being used to communicate nowadays, let alone Japanese. I don't even know what's going on in the Japanese front. I'm sure people are like, yo, that's a lot of katakana in your hirakana, so to speak. You know, like, dude, you just spoke a language that was 70% in English adopted words or something. I don't actually know enough Japanese to start thinking about it in that way. However, I can only imagine what it's like to be a Japanese person who uses a platform that's dominated by Americanized English, right? Americanized English. So I can only imagine what it's like on the Japanese side of things. In English, it's wild. It's incredibly wild to stay contemporary in English. It's like baby talk. Remember reading about it? It's used as a marketing technique to target younger audience. Oh, okay. There's a whole science behind it. Interesting. Baby talk. Baby talk. I'll keep that in mind. Actually, let me pull up a baby. Baby talk marketing. Interesting. Huh. Oh, this is a rabbit hole. I'll have to investigate. I haven't heard it expressed in that way. Well, thank you. What do you guys study, by the way? Like, what is your major? Is it teaching? Or like, is there a specialization? I don't actually know how teaching works. Look at this, see this, etc., etc. Like, you would talk to a baby to gain their attention. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, look at this. Like, isn't this cool? Isn't this neat? Look what I can do. Which is kind of funny because when you're learning Japanese, that's actually how you learn a new language. You know, like, oh no. Where's my mouse? Okay. Gaito ga arimasu. Jidou hanbaiki ga arimasu. Uh-oh. Ame desu. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of where you start, and I totally get the whole baby talk thing. You know, you just walk around and you're saying there is this, there is that. That is, you know, kuruma asoko desu. Kuruma wa asoko desu. You're just going around and listing things, and it's not too far from that. I would say I would add another layer about instructions. I think FUD is a great one too when it comes to teaching tools, or like the teaching landscape. I think this is overrepresented. The utilization of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Like, this is this is the best kept secret to language learning. Click it before you regret it. Or this is something you haven't done ever and you should be doing too. Or listen to my top 3 reasons why you suck at Japanese. That kind of thing happens too, substantially, and it's a marketing tool, right? I would say, I don't want to oversimplify, but it is an incredibly pragmatic use of algorithmic based things to create engagement, right? I don't necessarily think it's intentionally malicious. It's largely unintentionally pragmatic to use these strategies. Like, you are studying in the wrong way, you are learning in the wrong way, rather than here's another way, here's another alternative. Hey, you can add this to your current schedule. Hey, this may work for you. Instead, it's more like, if you're not doing this, you're missing out. If, you know, that kind of thing. And happens, and that's being passed off, in my opinion, as instruction, teaching, and how people are used to it now. So they're so used to it to the point where it's in all of your discussions with individuals who grew up like that, where like, oh, you're not doing it the best way. That's not worth your time if it's not the best way. And I heard most people agree this is the best way. You shouldn't do that. That's not acceptable anymore. And ironically, there are little deep cuts into Japanese culture about that. However, that's kind of this happened to me in the first, I'm gonna say it was 90% of my interactions when I first started learning Japanese publicly. I think nearly 90% of the comments start by "you're wasting your time." Basically, like subtextually, it comes in many forms, but you're basically wasting your time. Or it's too hard for you, or this is too hard, or that's too easy. That's the it happens. It's less nowadays, because obviously I suppose it's pretty clear now that I'm not going to like give up immediately or something like that, or regrets what I'm doing. Let's see. My major is Norwegian. Okay, Norwegian as a second language, and contemporary grammar. Oh, interesting. And hardcore. I would have to pick your brain about stuff in the future. And then on top of that, I have pedagogics. Okay. Can you elaborate on pedagogics? I know what the word kinda means, but I'm not sure what it means in the context of education. To be able to teach. My wife just started her second bachelor, also in Norwegian. Interesting. Oh, look at you. You two are... Sorry, I just find it really cute when couples are in education together. Basically just describing everything very enthusiastically. If you keep doing this on stream for a while, you'll be very popular. Maybe. I kind of dread the idea of becoming popular. No, low key, like because of like I'm fairly pragmatic, and there's something unrealistic about having this level of conversation on a platform that may create like an astronomically disproportionate conversation, you know, one person and hundreds of thousands of people. So I haven't ever navigated that type of situation professionally in my life. It will be interesting though. Like, I look forward to it if it does happen. If it doesn't happen, that's also you know, kind of comforting. I think the largest audience I've ever had was like a room filled with experts, right? Maybe like 100 people. A room, 100 people in the room. That's as far as I have ever gone professionally. New video idea. You are studying Japanese wrong. It's no longer a new video idea. I literally got that. When I was saying those like titles, those were literal titles of what YouTube recommended to me. In my personal account's feed, which has no history of that stuff, obviously Google Pixel, my Pixel phones and stuff are listening to my conversations, but on my YouTube algorithm, I legitimately, I don't make this stuff up because I don't go seeking it. However, the title of the video was literally, "You are studying Japanese wrong." And there was another video called, "This is why you suck at Japanese." And when you look at the impressions, that video has 3.6 million views. This is why you suck at Japanese. And then the one that "You are studying Japanese wrong" at 10 million. So I don't know. I clicked on it. I actually watched it. It was okay. Pretty, like, after you watch the video, it's pretty grounded. The idea is like it's pragmatic to draw attention. So it's not like I'm saying it's a bad or a good thing. It does create a normalization of that expectation. You fell for the clickbait? I was curious. I mean, I don't know. I was curious, fictitious. Come on. I fall for clickbait all the time. I know it's more grounded than that. Sometimes earnestly, if I had anything to say about this, I think videos that are great, they don't necessarily need those things. Like, you don't need to say "you're studying Japanese wrong" to get me to click on that video. If it said something like, "Here are 3 Here are 3 well incentivized, I don't know, something like, here are 3 pragmatic approaches to learning Japanese that may be supplemental. I don't know, the titles have to be short. So here are 3 additional ways you can try to learn Japanese, and I'm like, all right, cool, let's click on it. But instead, you know, that's what people see. It's like, oh no, am I studying Japanese wrong? I gotta know now. Let's go and click on it, because I click on it because I have no fear of studying Japanese wrong. Like, I rarely ever conceive the idea that I could strictly be learning in some way incorrectly. Like, there's no other person who would know me as well as my sub in terms of learning. The only thing I have to gain in clicking on this video is to gain even more ideas to help me bolster my current learning strategy. I have all the things to gain, not be told that I have failed before even clicking on the video. I think the individuals who truly become feared and click on it out of fear are the ones that I have a bleeding heart for, in my opinion, because that really sucks when you get scared into doing things, as opposed to being excited about what someone has to offer you as advice. I click on clickbait because I'm curious of what their information is, not because I'm scared that I'm afraid that they have something that will change my life. I don't typically click on things out of fear. My 2 cents. Basically the science of teaching. Oh, that's what pedagogics mean. Okay. The science of teaching. Interesting. Maybe I should go back to university and do a major in pedagogics. How to actually teach. Oh, fellow pixel user. Oh, selling our info in style. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't mind it. Obviously, munchy munch. It's definitely a very touchy subject, and I understand the whole privacy thing. I willingly, because the pixel provides feeds and algorithm that makes me more topical. I don't have a natural personality that gravitates toward topical issues and things. So while I'm poking fun of like algorithm-based YouTube and stuff, it's not to say that it's all bad, you know, like it's all bad, it's all good kind of thing. That extremist kind of perspective. I definitely utilize and leverage a lot of the conveniences that YouTube have. That's why I still click on that video. Like, I have to understand why you are studying Japanese wrong is so efficacious in different ways. It is diverting time away from other things, but I earnestly think that you can't provide advice if you don't know what the content you're providing advice against or for or whatnot. So this has been a great conversation. I really appreciate the conversation, by the way. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, which, by the way, you guys are Norwegian, right? I can't believe how many Norwegian people I've met. Where's Sub-Zero when you need him? I'm telling you now, I don't know what the deal is, but I don't know what this is about and how, like, I'm trying to rattle myself with the coincidences, but I've met the most Norwegians ever in this very particular situation. I literally have met 5 Norwegians who has universities. Like, okay, I'll let you go though, for sure. It was a great conversation, and I understand that it's pretty late. I really appreciate it. Oh, no. Oh, thank you for the sub too. Yeah, I'll look forward to chatting with you. Maybe at like 200 days, 250, when you graduate. I would love to hear about your classes in the future. Yeah, take care. Take care, much. And also, good night to your wife as well. Hello there, Shizumi. I want to live in Norway. I don't know what it is, Shizumi. But I've met so many Norwegians lately. There's something about Norway. Maybe I should go and move to Norway. Sub-Zero already prompted something before. Sub-Zero asked me one day, they said like, what if college was free? Would you take it up? And we were talking about like the Norwegian educational system. I'm like, dude, if college is free, I'd probably become homeless just by going to college. Anyways, all right, let's refocus. Ah, what a pleasant Norwegian magnet. It's a sign. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, if I had to break it down, I think Norway is leading. Norway is leading by 7 people. With 7 people. 7 Norwegians. And they all have an interest in some sort of Asian language. Be it Chinese or Japanese. Huh. Interesting. And they all go to university. Oh, well, that kind of makes sense, actually. Now that I think about it. Since Sub-Zero told me that college is incentivized and completing college is incentivized, anyone who's interested in language learning would pre-select themselves into university. So that's kind of neat. Man, I gotta do some deep cut into Norwegian culture. All right. Let's refocus now. That was such a wonderful conversation. Okay. In Europe, in general, university is free. Okay. That's so neat. It's such a different world. For United States, right? For the United States, I have a different perspective about education than other people, because for me, I was lucky, or I consider myself lucky, but if you do really well in the United States, you are basically given everything. And what I mean is you are privileged to be given everything. So my education was largely paid for and all that. So it's like a different way. Like, you have to be good. You have to be worth it to do that. So there's a natural self-selection in the United States. So my privilege, I still don't feel like I was that extraordinary, right? However, I was noticed enough that my education was provided for me. So knowing that in other places you are by default, right, you have access to those things, it's such a different feeling. That's why there's like a sense of entitlement. There's a sense of entitlement in the United States when you like make it to something and you were given something, you were awarded something. It's largely based on either meritocracy or sometime a lot, maybe a significant amount of times on nepotism, right? Either it's nepotistic or it's meritocracy, meritological. So it's based on merit. Or like predisposition, like a heritage or something, like because I was a minority at the time of that time, that could have factored into the selection process. So lots of times when I said I had a free ride or I managed to get into a university, it literally means that I managed to get into it. However, that does not mean that I wouldn't love a world where you have free access to education. Right. You wanted to live in, okay, but the Nordics are probably peak tier. Yeah, it might be an it might be a like a super representation, if you know what I mean. I have the Nordic culture I do here is it's a very it's slightly isolated, right? And that's kind of cool. It's kind of like Japan in a way, right? It's isolated, but it's often associated with Asian culture, right? the greater Asian culture. And you have to think about, like, here's my little take, and it's an oversimplification, and I don't want to get too much fire for this, but the Nordic culture is kind of like the non-mainland stuff, and then you have Europe. Now they're all related, and there's some relatability between them, but the Nordic is like there, right? Now think about like Japan and China, like the contrast between Japan and China, right? And then the United States is like, you have to think about the isolated areas that are compared to the United States, but the United States is like, the states itself have particularities. So there are particular states that are overrepresenting something in a good light, and other places underrepresenting. So because there's no like islands or something to isolate them or something like that. I don't know. There's a lot of parallelisms that you can draw. Like I grew up in an area of the United States that has an incredibly high level of education. So we have to take that into account. So my fondness for education may not be necessarily representative of the rest of the United States. You seem very good at educating yourself. Yeah, I love teaching. I love learning things. And I don't want to say this, but whatever it is, I can't change the fact that the United States education system produced someone like me, right? So for all of its outside of people whose perspective on the United States and whatnot, you still have to overlook or talk to someone who is a product of the United States education system. Is it because of other things? I don't know. It still wouldn't have been possible. It still wouldn't have been possible without the American education system. It does make me feel sad though sometimes, because the US, the way the US works a lot of times is you put most of you redistribute the resources to people who are more likely successful at the time. Like, so if you're already down, it's unlikely to improve. And if you're already up, then you're more likely to improve even more. So crossing that bridge, knowing where I started and knowing where I ended, when you're on the train, you are blasting off to space. So my natural ability to catch up was reinforced by the selection system in the United States. So when you make it, you made it, kind of deal. So to say that I would end up in the same place where everyone else is equally competitive, probably not. It would probably not have worked out that way. So my ability to educate myself may not necessarily have come about if I was placed in an environment where everyone was equally as available to educate themselves. So there's always that, emergent property, the complexity of human interaction. Oh, Kamala can do something about it. Kamala. Pardon my ignorance, but I'm not sure in what context about Kamala. Kamala Harris. Oh, that Kamala. Yeah, maybe. I hope whoever the next president is has a vision that helps everyone, right? Or helps the education system. So, whoever it is, whoever the next representative, executive director, I'm saying executive director, whoever our representation is, I hope that they know the solution. Obviously, I don't know the solution. I'm not a politician. I do not operate in that sphere. But fingers crossed. It's always hopeful. The CEO of America. Yeah, I keep thinking of it in I guess that's a Freudian slip or something if you want to qualify. As an American, right? I can't help but think about it more in like an organized business way. Like, okay, well, whatever it is, I hope there's no conflict of interest, is what I'm saying. The whatever people believe our representatives are believe will help the country will help everyone else. That's probably the most optimistic way to go about it. Like if all the interests align. Because if we start talking about people's personal interests, financial interests, career interests, the end game is that you hope that there aren't a conflict of interest, a minimum conflict of interest. And with least amount of conflict of interest, there will be greater opportunities for win-wins. And we'll find out this year, I guess. It's a big year. I gotta get used to hearing Kamala Harris. Huh. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Where are we with that? Neko Gaito. Yep, we got it. Akai Hosoi and Akarui. Karaoke. 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 Warau. Oh, that's not so pleasant writing of that, but that's fine. Okay. Ureshi. And right, Utao. Alright. Now we're gonna go to our new ones yesterday. Alright, 2 hours. That's not too bad. Considering our wonderful discussion. Okay, so this is the new stuff. And we gotta iron this out today. So where... I'm gonna plop myself. I'm gonna jaywalk. And we're gonna plop ourselves here. Okay. Yes. Right about here. Alright. So let's see how much I actually remember. Probably not a lot. Alright. Obi shop. Yep, I'm already struggling. Okay. Uh... Okay, let's just write all the things for now. We have the game center. What's the next thing? Jitencha. Jitencha. Camera. 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 Sangaku. Sangaku Kon. Sangaku Kon. I've been focusing on your mental health lately, figuring how to get better. Seems so complicated, but I feel like every try counts. Absolutely. Izumi. Absolutely. Can I ask, how are you going about it right now? One thing that really sticks out to me when you say figuring out how to get better seems so complicated. My first thought immediately is, I hope you're finding ways to uncomplicate it. Like from your perspective. Yeah, it's like solving a puzzle. You know how, like solving a puzzle, right? You take the pieces that you can put together, right? A lot of individuals would try to sort it out, right? Sort some of the pieces out. So sorting works. I'm going to use your analogy as a way to talk about this. You can sort the pieces. Some people try to sort the pieces, so they make like lists, maybe like lists, journaling, so it can create a sort of sorting, like an organization, so that it uncomplicates the things. Other people like to do a scavenger approach, where you put the pieces that you already know come together. So basically take the things that work together already, so the pieces that you already know go together, and you build out from there. Is a different way of approaching it, right? So these often come in the sense of focusing on what already works and using what already works to tackle exploring what may work with it. So like, if running, for example, already brings you joy, making running into the other things you have to do may offset approaching it that way. So I use this quite a lot in language learning, where if you already know how to do something, like for example, you're so used to Duolingo, for example, how can you bring Duolingo to the new thing? And that often is a great way to build out the puzzle, build out a complete picture of the puzzle. Otherwise, sorting is something that people like to do as well. Sorting would be a great way to say like, okay, so here's all the things that drain my energy. Here's all the things that brings me energy. How can I match them up in the sense that, okay, we'll try to sort out all the things that are negative, like maybe they're border pieces, right? Sort out all the border pieces, or the border pieces give you positive energy because people like building out the borders first and see what the borders are. And in the middle, you sort them out by color, and then you go at it from a perspective, okay, well, all the blue pieces are more approachable than the red pieces. So I'll start with the blue pieces, and occasionally I'll go to do some of the red pieces. Then you continue to do it in that way. So that's kind of like a puzzle sorting, right? Hopefully that my analogy seems like something that sounds familiar, right? I'm sure if you had professional help as well, that would be a great way to that's probably some of the techniques that they will introduce, but in a different like context or a different analogy. You have anxiety about doing things, anything, I see, and has been causing you a chronic fatigue that appears to be atypical depression. That sounds about right. That sounds very very logical. Basically, I feel fine as long as I do nothing and lay down. I see. You try to do stuff that doesn't trigger that anxiety and feels good. Okay. Okay. I imagine, I feel like I'm trying to do a sort of exposure therapy. Yeah, so I would say, in a way, right? This is not professional advice. However, if you're already trying to do things that don't trigger your anxiety, that is a form of avoidance, right? Avoidant behavior. When you can gain a control of your anxiety or like build yourself up from avoiding the anxiety, at some point, which you've already alluded to, exposure therapy, taking your new built resilience, eventually there will be a need to re-expose yourself to those things. So building yourself up using avoidant behavior can give you an opportunity to recover. And having the mindset that you're recovering by avoiding your anxiety triggers allows one to eventually tackle those anxiety triggers slowly, right? So yeah, probably some sort of exposure therapy, depending on whatever resonates with you, is highly encouraged, right? After you build yourself up again, right? Avoiding anxiety triggers is definitely gives you that that opportunity to build yourself up before you enter a phase of exposure therapy. Because eventually you have to, one has to pragmatically be participating in those activities in order to gain control of it, or trying to mitigate or cope with it. Hopefully you find some way of getting to that position in your life. The atypical depression seems to be a defense mechanism to protect you, from the anxiety. Yeah, that definitely sounds like avoidance. Trying to encourage yourself to be, brave enough when you build yourself up from the avoidance in order to like slowly readjust back to exposing those triggers back and learning how to manage them is something that is going to be far more sustainable later in life. A maladaptive one. Well, it seems like you have quite some awareness. Hello there, Parseus Polaris. What is this game? This is a game called Shashingo. It is a game where you take pictures and you get exposed to Japanese vocabulary. This game is strictly based on developers' comment, strictly only going to focus on Japanese in order to provide a more focused thing. So you're given a map and you go around in a camera and you take pictures. You snap pictures, it creates an audio, like a more immersive environment. And the pictures are represented by flashcards, which most people are very used to. Each picture has an object in the thing, and on the back it has 3 associated words in Japanese that you might think of, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm trying to recall them without the aid of the game, and right now I'm kind of working on a new set of 8, and I'm basically writing the new sets of 8 right now. I guess I shouldn't point things out since it's your education. Yeah. It'll eventually solve itself per se, right? Like it because I have a reference. The way I'm going about it right now is I'm doing this from recall. So it's contextless in the sense of as contextless as possible. So pointing things out is kind of interesting. However, it basically is a convenience that is already offered in the game. Already offers all these context clues. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well, thanks, Jisoo. I hope you continue to do better as well. I'm usually incredibly content. There's one interesting thing you see in the scene. Oh yeah? What do you see in the scene that's interesting? Oh, the sign? Maybe? Oh, you can definitely feel free to share. Feel free to share. Yeah, I'm usually doing very well. The red sign over there, right? Yeah. This sign. Right? It is translated in the game. Oh, do you mean this red sign or? Wait, actually that's not a red sign, that's a blue sign. The one more to the right that says Otakuma. Oh, this thing. No wait, that's not a red sign. A red sign. Oh, this one? Yeah. Oh, the red lettering. Yeah. Otakuma. Yep. What about it? It's a contraction. It's a fun contraction between otaku and kuma. Yeah. Oh, I thought it meant otaku, but the people said ma and ma for market. Oh yeah, no. It's a contraction between otaku and kuma. It's kind of like otakan. It's a contraction between otaku and convention. Yeah, so they were being a little gimmicky. It's a fictional studio called Otakuma. There's a symbol that they use here. This isn't yeah, it's a pun. They're doing a pun, a Japanese pun, yeah. Like that symbol down there is supposed to be a bear. This is not a real recreation of any Japanese location. It's inspired, so all the like the branding and stuff is you know, fictional. So Otakuma is a studio where the symbol is a bear. For non-real assets, they're so realistic. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, so Otakuma. Yep, exactly. And the game, by the way, does this. Yeah, the game translates all the things that are not part of the game as well. Like, for example, like this. Like, I can't read that. Like, I have no... Like, my comprehension is not this good. Like there's, but maybe one day. They still have all the translations for all these though. So you can see a lot of quote unquote real, like kind of try to imitate things you might see. The text on the top is full kanji. Yeah, it's full kanji. Yeah, yeah. Usually when you see full kanji, it's like official statements and stuff. A lot of like official statements and public government related things tend to be in full kanji. At least that's the impression that I'm giving. So naturally, I would say a no smoking notification sign kind of thing would largely be, most of these are in full kanji. I guess this one is not, because there you can see some no particles and whatnot, but oftentimes these type of statements, like news reports and cautionary signs and stuff, tend to be in full kanji. Or at least that's what I'm expecting. Very, this... I missed something Blair might have said. Started making dinner early tonight because my meal, M-I-L, and small child are guests. Cooking for 6 requires soup. Oh. What kind of soup are you making? M-I-L, mother-in-law. Oh, man. Mother-in-law. Okay. Well, I hope it's... I'm sure it's some fantastic soup. My meal. I'm like, what does meal stand for? Chicken noodle? Classic. Classic chicken noodle. I think that makes sense. That would differentiate if somebody posted that there, or if it was City Halls. Yeah, and usually people wouldn't write in all kanji. Exactly. Exactly. As far as I understand culturally, when you write professional notice or like use newspaper and official like reporting and stuff, there are not only formal use and constant use of kanji, it is also have its own specific kanji. So there are a lot of like traditional kanji and lots of characters that are very specific to those things. So it's very specialized. It's to the point where I talked about this earlier with a stranger. It's very Chinese too. Like as things get more complicated and official, they rely a lot on it, and it's almost legible entirely in Chinese as well. And that's kind of like the way to differentiate. And you nailed it on the head. It's a great way to differentiate. And I think that's the impression that I get. I think Japanese people and Japanese culture, they do that intentionally, where you separate the two. In English, it's very similar as well. In English is quite similar, where when you think of news reporters and politicians and things of higher education like myself, when I'm in a university environment, the vocabulary just shifts. It might not look different because of the Roman alphabet, right? However, it sounds completely different. Like sentence structures, word choices, the diction completely shifts when you go from one element to the other. It's to the point where you can distinguish someone's profession based on their level of specialized vocabulary. And I think Japanese's version has even a writing component to it. And that's kind of neat. And it's captured in this game, which, by the way, the developer resides in the UK, so I'm not sure what the developer's relationship is with Japanese, but their name would suggest that they're probably, you know, a foreigner, right? Gaikokujin, right? However, they must have learned Japanese or something in the long run. So that's kind of cool that they have all this. They clearly have an understanding of the things, at least from my cursory knowledge. I'm not a Japanese native either, But these things I have picked up over the years being exposed to Japanese media and whatnot. Really cool, neat little thing. Korean does that in a way where it specifically writes high formal for stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. One letter added and it becomes MILF. That is certainly one way. That's certainly one way to go about that. Shizumi. Alright, alright. So let's go back to this. Sangakukon. And then what are my objects? Right. I don't remember the left radical. We're gonna guess the left radical of this. This feels right. Yeah, this feels right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Chouqin. Chouqin. You're going to bed? Yeah. Sleep well, Shizumi. I hope you find, honestly, if you find something great, I would love to hear about it. I would love to hear about it. I think a really great way to celebrate your victories is to share all the nice or neat things you look forward to. I think a great way to combat, again, just like a candid conversation, if you have someone who's willing to listen, right, who gives you a bit of time of day, whoever it may be, being able to tell them what you did today is a great step to combat atypical depression. So all the little victories, you gotta find some positive reinforcements. So if you ever come up with a neat idea, definitely have someone out there that can tell you, like, that's really neat. It's very special. It's great that you're doing these things. And I think that goes a long way. Even if it may seem small to you, having someone who doesn't think it's small is quite empowering. So hopefully you get some great sleep. And I'm looking forward to hearing all the little steps or big steps that you take. Good luck, good luck. You will scream it everywhere? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Sleep well. Tokidoki is such a fun word to hear Duolingo say. Yeah, Tokidoki. I like it. Why does that remind me of something? Oh, Doki Doki is also a cool word that Duolingo hasn't introduced, but it's very close to Doki Doki, which is I guess the best way to describe it is oftentimes it's the heartbeat, Doki Doki. So whenever I heard Toki Doki the first time, which I didn't know that it meant sometimes, Doki Doki is the thing that I heard the first time closest, and it's the heartbeat. It's like thumping or banging, like. So whenever I hear Toki Doki, it reminds me of Doki Doki. It's that sound that your heart makes when you fall in love. It's kind of the very cliche anime anime thing. You know, if you watched a lot of rom-coms and like slice of life things, you're going to hear Doki Doki in some way. Your heart is I've yet to hear it in Duolingo, but that's what it reminds me of. Doki Doki is a fun word. Let's see. Chin, Cholchin. Oh, Cholchin. Oto. Otoru. Oru. Ureto. Ureto. Or is it Bato? No, it's Otoru. Otoru Kureto. There's one more. One more object. What am I looking for? I was not doing my due diligence yesterday. What is the 8th object? Did we go across the street? No, we didn't go across the street yet. Let's take a look around. It's in this alleyway. Whatever it is, it's in this alleyway. Oh, I know what it is. Ah. Such a... Shitsukaiki. Shitsukaiki. Now, do I remember how this works? Yes, I do. By sloppily writing. Okay. Shitsukaiki. Alright, now here comes the difficult part. I kind of struggled quite a bit with this yesterday. So we have 24 words, 24 things to try to conjure up here. And I already know what they are. I just don't know how to write them anymore. Start with all the ones that I know. So let's start with this one. So yeah, Mawaru. And yes. Right. Moi. And then Oki. Otoru Kureto. Got I don't know the left radical. Wait. It might be. Oh no, wait. I'm gonna take a jab at this. It's I'm gonna take a jab at this. Akobu. I've already forgotten the left fractal, so we're just gonna put it on a snail. Akobu. I have nothing on Sumi Kaseneru. I told myself I was gonna forget the Sumi part, but the Kasaneru part is okay. Wait. Nope. No dice. We'll just put a box. And then Sumi Kasaneru. The reason, basically I already stated this yesterday, the reason I know Kasaneru is because it's the same character as Omoi. Oh, it's been pretty great. Not Tom Nook. Hello, not Tom. How are you? How have you been? You were just playing this game? How is it? How are you enjoying Shashingo? What else was in Otoru Kureito? Oh, do I have that too? I think I might. We're gonna guess this too because we're struggling here. So, oh wait, I know. MAKU. Okay, so we only dropped one so far. What about okay, so Joltin, lots of repeats. So Karui. Yeah, Karui. I think it's really good, but needs more content. Yeah, it's an indie game. You're gonna have to wait and be patient about that. Right. Yeah. That is pretty much the bane of all language learning edutainment stuff. Since most people have a natural understanding of how big the amount of content is, game development content is not on the same scale. Yeah. That's what my natural concern about like language learning in general, especially people who are interested in Japanese. There's a very heightened perspective on knowing how much content there is versus how much gaming content there is in the game, right? Yeah. My concerns was usually with that. I haven't actually made a review video yet, or like a concluding remark video yet for Shashinko, but I did make one for the playtest of Wagotabi, which that's my major concern. the perception of the disconnect between the perception of how much Japanese content they could cover versus how much gaming content there is. Wagotabi, in the state it is a very, very lengthy mobile app, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's irrelevant. It excuses how most people will see it. If they're trying to learn Japanese, it'll be very difficult to not think of that, where it needs more content, because you kind of know that the Japanese language has a lot of content. Fully understandable sentiment. Cholchin, I don't know. Karui. Can I storm up Karui? Karui. Nope, we're gonna draw a box for Karui. Here. Might come to me later. And then Akarui is fine. Akarui is a repeat. Okay. So I imagine then you've completed, like you sampled the entire game, extracted all of whatever you wanted from the game, like the information. Not Tom. I don't remember. Did we talk about the relative comprehensibility of this game? It's since this game is not curriculum based or anything, it just does whatever, right? I don't know if you found that part engaging or not. Oh, Yura. Alright, I don't know why we're going backwards. It's mainly because I'm avoiding this. So the words I'm responsible for hobi shopu are shumi, kumitateru, and skau. We can do skau. Whoops. Whoops. Just kidding. Kumitateru. We're gonna take a guess. Nope. I'm gonna draw a box. I got a good sense. It helps a lot. I think it's very engaging. Makes memorizing more impactful in this simulated world, walking around in flashcards. Yeah, and you still get flashcards. Isn't that nice? I was just making the pun of flashcards, but it's kind of nice. Yeah, gotta be patient. I would totally like it if it was tomorrow. Like tomorrow they announce something, I would totally be on board. Right. But yeah, it gotta be. It's a good pairing. Yeah. I quite like the pun. Kumi katen. Oh. Mi tate. Maybe tateru. No, is it kumi tateru? Kumi. Yeah. We're just gonna leave that there for now. I don't remember. So we'll check soon. We'll check. What more would you want to see from this game if they were to work on an update? In terms of features, a writing feature would be great. A freehand note pad. Because right now I'm obviously not doing this in game, so it's kind of difficult. So a freehand thing, something that emphasizes writing. Although that's a bias thing. That's a personal preference thing. Wakotabi has a writing implement already, but they're on a mobile device. So mobile devices, you can still use your hand and stuff. But personally, that would be a feature request. The other one would be, if you're talking about content and stuff, anything really flies. A shopping mall, a zoo, a countryside, a museum, a theme park. There are quite a lot of other things, right? That are very Japanese. Like, that'd be great. Content would be content. In terms of feature set, I would say some sort of writing implement or visualization of the characters, because naturally having an aspect or a exposure to radicals in kanji goes an incredibly long way. And it wouldn't necessarily need a curriculum around it. Mere exposure to kanji is one of the cornerstones of familiarizing yourself with your intuition. And I would say that it is incredibly hard to describe how one can feel the kanji, and one can feel what kanji sounds like without exposure in that way, unless you're an academic, which I would consider myself an academic. Generally, intuition comes from exposure, so naturally if your eyes and ears continue to be more highlighted in center of being exposed to the characters, you wouldn't be drawing blanks like me right now. I suppose you would less likely draw blanks. And what I mean by that is you would be able to see and hear from the speech. Like when I say kumi tateneru, tateru, tateneru. Is it tateneru? No, kumi tateru. When I'm saying that, it's not eliciting the kanji yet, right? And you kind of want to build that in some way, and that's kind of how I go about it. That was a personal request. Shumi is. I remember I complained about Shumi because it's so thick. But how was it so thick? It's definitely on snailback. I know some radicals in it, but we're just gonna put a box with Shumi as well. Let's see. Game Center. We have Tanoshi, which is a repeat. Tanoshi is fine. The problematic one is asoko. I mean asobu. Sorry, asobu. Which is a blank too. And then urusai. Urusai is the other. Yeah, so my hearing and my reading comprehension is still not the weakest thing, right? Like it's not even a bottleneck anymore. So that's where I feel most people are most comfortable when they're learning Japanese. Eventually it would be reading and reading first and then listening. For me it's listening then reading. However, reading and listening is way ahead. Like comprehensible input is not the barrier that I'm trying to do here. So that's what I'm trying to extract from Shashingo. Yeah, so those are the 3 for that. And then oh, I actually remember these ones. Jitencha has it's something like this. I almost want to put another stroke in there. There's something underneath as well. Not good enough. The 3 words for Jitencha are hayai, hayai, osoi. No, sorry, omoi. No, sorry, osoi. Osoi and Nomu. Nomu's fine because that's legacy. Yeah, Nomu is fine. It's legacy from Duolingo. Both Hayai and Osoi is on Snailback. I'm not getting a clear read on it. We'll just improvise and say kinda looks like something like this. I'm missing something. Maybe we'll add a few strokes down here. And then I think we have something like this, maybe, with it's definitely this radical. And something down here. I'm gonna take a jab and say this. Those are the kanji from those 2, and then you add E to it. Kamera. Kamera. There's a mnemonic for this because of yesterday's mix-up. Or this. I think. Toru. Toru. I made a comment about how this is weird, this one is weird, so naturally, of course, I remember it because it's weird. Ugh. Like this character. The right character, not so much though. It's Shashin. I remember making a comment, it's not descript. It's not very descript. So if it's not descript, the character that I remember that's not very descript is this. That's probably the character that I remember that's not descript. So maybe it's that one. And then we have Satsukasaneru. No, Satsue Suru. Right, Satsue Suru. Which shares a character with Toru. And I have a mnemonic for that too. It's the Chinese character for a very similar thing. It's Ying. It's Ying. Ding Ying, right? Ying. I don't know why I wrote it so small. Oh, that's because I'm making room for three more. Alright. Suru. Satsue Suru. Satsue Suru. E is part of lots of other things that are associated with like movie motion. And then Sankakon. We have Tongata. Tongata. It's pretty rare that I draw a blank on the back of words. I mean, the back of flashcards. Tongata. Tongata. Oh. This one's kind of tough because I don't remember all the radicals as well. It's really stacked. It's like a super stacked thing. But it's Koji. We'll just put a box in where all the gaps are. And the other one's Oku. Nope. Oku is a box too. Alright, let's go and look. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, the front side is A-OK. Front side is A-OK. Okay. Kumi Tateru. Oh, dang it. Tateru was one of the Nicer ones. Oh. Yeah, Shumi's got my number. Yeah. Yikes. Asobu. Asobu. Oh no. Koji wasn't close. And there's Oku. Hmm. We're gonna need some mnemonic devices here. Karui. Karui. Ugh. Second day is rough. We did pick up half of them though. I'm doing it great. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Madamada des, right? No, okay. Thank you. Shmo. Shmo music. Shmo. Let's see. Noru. Oh, we were sort of close. I thought, okay, I missed 2 strokes. Okay. Oh, it's that radical. Okay. Yeah, we're fine with Jashin. That was a left throw. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Oh, to me. To me. Oh, how you're so interesting looking. We were actually Hakobu turned out to be a good throw out. Where's Hakobu? Yeah, not bad. Okay, Hakobu is fine. Interesting. So let's try to come up with some mnemonics here. Okay. All right. So let's work on our problem areas here. Shumi, man. Oh, you know, I kinda want to look at this show order just to double check. Let's go bring this up. Mm. Okay. It is flipped. So it's not doing the laddering the other way. Okay. Occasionally the laddering is flipped, but in this case, we're going with the... Alright. So, what do we got on Shumi? What are we gonna do with you? So thick. I made you too thick. We need to, line... I guess we could rely on our emotions here. Complain about it? And the pen will flow? Maybe. Oops. Wrong radical. For me, Tateneru, we're just gonna have to remember. Tateneru is good enough. Toshimi, Asobu. Asobu. Just write it a couple. Write it. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, you know, that's kind of a cool way to do asobu. I mean, like, boo. Kind of like cool looking. Oh, I see where they're getting it though. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna stick to what I'm used to. Hmm. Oh, Shumi Asobu. Ayai. Right. Ayai. Oh, so stacked. I need to make that a little stockier. Okay. Osoi. I don't know what to do with you guys yet. Koji is rough too. Although it's kinda nice if you pick up, if I pick up the first, if I'm able to pick up the first stack, I'll remember the rest of the stack. Okay. Oku is gonna be tough. Hmm. Oh, I totally missed a stroke. Hmm. We got Hakobu. Yumi. Hmm. Right? Oh, wait. Yes. And then Tsukaiki is okay. Alright. Let's brainstorm. I really thought I was gonna get these two from yesterday. And all the rest I was pretty already rough yesterday. I knew I was gonna get this one, and we did. So these were the characters that I already had problems with yesterday. The other ones, as expected, were very comfortable. Hmm. Karui. It's a very nondescript. We'll try it anyways. Okay. Shumi. Shumi. Well, we'll do our brute force method, right? Hey, just think about it. Wait, did I? Oh wait, I didn't write. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Mm-hmm. 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 Darn you. Forgetting. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Then game center was Asobu. Okay. Asobu check. G tencha. Tencha. Right. And okay. Oh, I actually screwed this up. I actually remembered it correctly as opposed to writing it correctly. Interesting. I'm like, wait a minute, that radical is weird. Okay. Okay. Osoi check. Ayai check. Where are we going from here? Camera check. Where are we going from? Camera. Ne? Oh. Dangakon. Dangakon. Yeah. Dongata. Koji. Koji check. Oku. Nope. No dice. Ooh. Oh, actually, the connect. It is. Process over. Oku. Okay, Oku. And then Karui. Chojin. Karui. Karui is fine now because kind of flows pretty well. Karui check. Where are we going from there? Botoru Creator. And we have Sumi, yeah. Sumi Kasaneru. Kasaneru is fine. Sumi. No, that doesn't help. No, that doesn't help. Have to brute force it. And then the 2 strokes. Alright. We can give it a shot. This is our target set today. Alright. Let's give it a shot. Okay. Obi shop. Okay. Stay calm. Stay calm. No panic. No need to panic. Go. No. Skuru. Oh, no. I screwed this up too. It's a skuru. Skuru. I said skau again. Skuru. 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 This one we still managed, so it's fine. Fumi tateru. It's fine. Shumi we did not get. It was not even close. I wasn't even in the ballpark in this one. Okay, we're fine with Shumi. What's next? Game center. Okay. Yeah. Urusai. Tanoshi. Uh. Asobu. Asobu. We got this. Use our emotional distress. Channel. Channel our emotions. That'll be cleaned up over time. Fine. Asobu. Okay. Whoops. Detention. Nyeh. Meh. 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 Okay. Okay. No move. Okay. Aye aye. Okay. Right. Osoi. Where are we going from here? I made up. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't even check if this radical is correct. It's fine. I feel it is. Koru. Koru? Koru. Koru. Okay. Shashin. Shashin. Okay. Okay. Right. Satsue suru. Right. Satsue suru. Alright. Now we're getting into okay. WT heck. Why am I drawing a blank on this? I'm just randomly drawing on one that I already have. Oh boy. I don't know. Blank. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank here. Maybe it'll come back to me. Okay. Angaku kon. Kon. Okay. Ongata. Ongata. Right. Koji. Some of the mnemonics are working. Some of them. It's more like complaining mnemonics. Emotional baggage. Lots of emotional damage. Oku. I do it a lot. I leverage my emotional state because I'm usually not very emotional. So if you like complain about it, talk to yourself about it over and over again, in a short amount of period, you can retain it pretty well. If you talk to yourself through it. Oh, Oku. Question is, nope. No, I still got nothing on that. Oh, I'll keep going. Chojin. Chojin. Harui. Harui. And Yura Yura. Otoru Kureito. Akobo. Haku. Send help. I only remember some part of it. Oh no, wait. I do remember it. Huzzah! Okay. Tsumika saneru. Alright, alright. One last one. Where are we going? Oh. Okay. Yikes. Okay. Tsukaiki. Tsukaiki. Got Oki. Omoi. Omoi. And Mawaru. Okay. Can I get this last one? Sankakukon. What are you? What are you? No, no, no. We're not spending. Son of a. Ah, that hurt. That hurt. That hurt a lot. I'm gonna channel all my emotions into that. That hurt a lot. Yikes. Okay. Today is review day. Gotta lock it in. Gotta lock it in. Alright. Okay. As per usual. From the top. From the top. Alright. Definitely should change colors. Hmm. How am I feeling? Let's do this. Change colors. Alright, alright. Let's walk back. Jaywalk. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright. Got this. Obi shot. Oops. Wait. Just kidding. Scooter. Yeah. Scooter. Shumi. Tateru. Mitateru. Okay. Game Center. Anoshi. Urusai. Asobu. Okay. Detention. No move. Ayai. Osoi. Osoi. Camera. Camera. Okay. Photo. Shashingo. Okay. Tattoo suru. Okay. Start by drawing a blank, because that's what I'm very good at, drawing blanks. Where are we going from there? Oh. The last thing I forgot. It's okay. My channel negative emotions is here to the rescue. Kind of hard to be negative about something that reminds you of what you forgot. Sangakon. Okay. For very long, really. Okay. Ongata. Oh my gosh. This thing is so stacked. Okay. Koji. So that's a little sloppy. My hand started getting a little wobbly there. Fine. It's good enough. We know the stroke order. Oku. Okay. Okay. Chochi. Akarui. Akarui. Karui. That's a little long. Okay. 軽い。ゆらゆら。ゆらゆら。ゆらゆら。Yes. Bottle crate. Okay. Oh wait, I screwed up. Where is it? Did I screw up? Hold up. I think I screwed up. Oh no, wait, never mind, I didn't screw up. Just kidding. False alarm. Hakobu. Wait, did I screw up? No. No. We're fine. MAKU. Okay. Oh, my hands are... I'm tired. Let's see. Tsumikasa Neru. Right? We're pretty confident in all of this. Semi. Pretty confident. Okay. Tsukaiki. Okay. Omoi. And Mawaru. Okay. The question is, am I gonna remember this after 2 days? Because we're taking a leap day Right, I told myself that how we're gonna do the scheduling is we're gonna try to add an extra day so that we can extend the time. So the introduction was yesterday. The introduction was yesterday. Today is a review. We're gonna leave a day. However, tomorrow, the day after, I have Neverwinter. So we're gonna leave 2 days, and we're gonna see how well we remember this after 2 days. Obviously, I'm still going to like think about it in my head every once in a while. Like, I don't divorce myself from these words whenever they come up. Like Tsugaiki. Although it means like outdoor air conditioning unit. Like, there's one right next to my window. So I might not be referring to the same things, but you know, these things get reminded all the time. Actually, it's fairly common, most of the vocabulary. Maybe not koji. That's something I don't think about too often. But we're gonna try. So it's gonna be 2 days before I resume this again. So it's every 2 days we're gonna introduce a new set, review the set, have a break day. If it lands on a Monday, it'll be 2 days apart. So today just happens to be Saturday for me. So Sunday is the break day to separate ourselves from doing this routine. And then Monday I won't have time because I have Neverwinter. So we're still gonna insert another day, and we're gonna try our best. We're gonna cycle through. On Tuesday, we're introducing a new set. So we're gonna try to stagger that. And every previous set will get reviewed as we go. And at some point, I'm either gonna do all of them in one day, or we're gonna stagger the earliest ones even further. And the idea is to just continue to push the kanji further and further away without repetition. And then by the end of 30 days, I think doing this pattern, by the end of 30 days-ish, we'll have all the vocabulary, and we'll do like a review or something of the game and all the words in there, maybe talk about some stories, and then return to the game when the next DLC comes out. Now, because of the whole success of Shashingo and the Switch launch, I think it's a matter of when, as opposed to if, right? It's not a matter of if anymore. It's a matter of when they're going to release the next content. And we'll come back to the game, and that will be our SRS space. Our SRS space would be when the next game gets updated. We'll review all the vocabulary, revisit all the vocabulary in this game, and then go on to the new content, right? It would be kind of like how people play video games, only since this is edutainment, I'm going to be extracting all that information. So we won't be back for another 2 days for Shashingo, because Monday is Neverwinter Day. If it lines up, so this is a 3-day cycle, right? A 3-day cycle. So eventually it's gonna line up with a day where the rest day is going to end up on a Monday. By then, I don't even think I have Neverwinter anymore. There's still like 6 more weeks of Neverwinter. 5 more weeks of Neverwinter. Oh, there, Patty. Patty beat 6969. Oh, there, Patty. Oh, there, Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero, what the heck, dude? Why are you not around when I met another cool Norwegian couple? They're learning Japanese together at university, and one of them wants to teach. I'm not sure about his wife, but his wife learned Japanese at uni. They're really cool, and you weren't here. What the heck? Every time I meet, like, are you sure you're not just secretly pretending to be? Oh man, how do I miss it every time? I know, right? This is the 3rd time you've missed. You did get acquainted with one of the but it's another cool like Norwegian couple, and they want to teach. like language. And one that person actually is majoring in teaching. That's pretty sweet. That'd be a bit. That'd be a that'd be a big big giveaway. Yeah. There. I don't know. There's something, Sub-Zero. There's something. I was just talking about it. It's such a big coincidence. So far the biggest two groups when it comes to like overseas is Norway. Norway is number one. Germany slash Austrian. Like, so we're talking about like either Austrians who live in Germany or Germans who live in Germany. It's kind of like that. That's like the number two group. Then we have Brazilians. Brazilians are third, if not second. I think it's either Brazilian second or German slash Austrian, right? And then the rest is married. I think so. Or they're both taking classes for Japanese. One person is majoring, the person I was talking to is majoring in teaching, which then we went into like a whole discussion. So that's why I haven't switched over to Duolingo yet, because we got so caught up. Like I was really into it. I love talking about teaching people stuff. Like I can't tell you how wonderful it is to still see people who are interested in teaching as a profession. Because, you know, nowadays the internet feels like a lot of people get this impression that the internet makes it so that you don't need teachers anymore. Like you know, you don't need people who focuses on making sure other people are learning the best, like, you know, encouraging and learning the way to encourage people to learn and problem solve and critical think. So that was kind of nice. I don't think I hear that too often. I honestly do not hear that very often anymore. I kind of miss it. When I was growing up, you know, when I was learning in university and stuff, that's what most people talked about. They kind of talk about, oh, how do I explain this? Oh, I'm learning all this stuff. How do I explain it to another person? I know all this stuff. I discovered all this stuff. How do I teach it to another person? How do I keep explaining this to another person? That is like the most constant thing in my life for a really long time. And it's great to hear that there are still people out there who focuses on how to explain and teach things to people, as opposed to offering their selfish, which is appropriate, their success story. Like, it's a difference between, oh, here's what I did, that's what works, versus, hey, can you tell me about what worked for you and how I can help you with it, right? So yeah, I think Japanese might be one of those more popular languages to learn here outside of the big three we learn in the school system, but I guess that goes for the whole world. Yeah, it's really trendy, for sure. This person's multicultural, by the way. They mentioned Norway, Portuguese, and Russian. They are Norwegian slash Portuguese. Like they're really all over the place. They speak standard Russian, so that's pretty sweet. Something about you, Nordic region people. I'm not saying this in a bad way, but so it's so interesting. Why can't you be weirder, Sub-Zero? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You're a weird oddball already. I like weirdness. Or do you consider yourself a regular, normal Norwegian, Sub-Zero, who clearly don't sleep when other Norwegians sleep? I think that's really funny, in a sense. You're the only one that I know that stays up late, right? You have like a flip schedule, and almost all of them go to bed like an hour or two before you show up, which is why they're constantly like not, they're all sleeping at normal hours. Sub-Zero, so you're a little weird one. All right. That's enough reminiscing. Let's wrap this up. To the title screen we go. Semester is starting in 1 week, so that's about to change. Oh, that's true. You're right. And you didn't do did you do any Mandarin study lately? Man, wow. So it's almost a semester start. Maybe I should move my time up. I want to hear about your classes or how your classes are going. I want to hear what you're learning so I could learn something from your classes. You'd be surprised, I'm sure you're not surprised. You'd be surprised if you explain something to someone who knows nothing about what you're learning, how that challenging nature of it makes you understand so much more about the things you know. At least that's in my opinion. I think the most things that I've learned in science were when I'm challenged to explain them to someone else. Like, I've discovered so much more and remember so much more when I am challenged to explain it. And that's basically what a PhD is, in all honesty. Whenever you have an evaluation or a seminar or an exam, you're challenged to explain what you're doing to a group of experts, right? People who know more, right? They might kind of know what you're talking about, but the idea is they're evaluating how well you can explain what you're doing and also introduce a new thing to them, right? It's kind of really just a common thing. I'm actually really interested in your classes this semester. I feel like we're finally digging into some interesting points where it's not a chore anymore. Ooh. So what you're telling me is you're gonna occasionally hop on and say, you know, Maku, guess what? Guess what I learned today? And you're gonna be like a bouncing 15-year-old who's excited and have discovered the passion of your world, right? Because I'm looking forward to that. Yep, definitely. Being in a position where you have to explain it can be very humble. Yeah, you have to take a step back and question if you really know your stuff. Yeah. And of course, since I'm not an expert, right? I'm just asking for information. You also have the less insecurity, a less security about this is the faith system, right? This is on good faith. As opposed to the scenario when it eventually comes where you have to be you have to enter an exam or something and you're being evaluated. What better time to practice what you learned and why you're interested in it than explaining it to someone who honestly could use a little education in like technology in general, actually, in engineering in general. I actually have like little to no engineering experience in any form of engineering. Like electrical, like I just don't make stuff, like literal stuff. Anyways, well, glad you're here. Chill for a moment. I can't believe your semester is about to start in a week. Summer vacation is already over. That's crazy. Oh, how the time has flown, right? Alright, folks. That's probably a great place to leave a leaving message for Shashingo. It's pretty amazing how much doing something, you know, with some aspiration brings people together. I've met a lot of fun people and I get to talk about them. I obviously do it this way so I can remember people. So if I told you about who I met, right, I'm literally doing the thing that I'm encouraging you to do. I was trying, the way I remember people is by sharing people and connecting them with other people. So the way I remember all the Norwegians, quote unquote, like this isn't a generalization, this is more of an association technique. The reason I can remember people is because when I meet people, I also share and think about all the other people that they can relate to. So networking people together also helps you remember who the people are. You might not necessarily get all the details sorted out immediately, but you sure as heck will not forget. You will unlikely to forget a lot of the details. So playing a game like this, well, we are brought together by Japanese. And then now, other things. I actually can't wait to hear them. I'm even more encouraged to move my time schedule earlier. Because I kind of like being in the middle of the road kind of thing. I used to do everything in the middle of European evenings, so plus or minus 5 hours. I usually start right in the evening time and then go late, obviously. We'll see. Life is strange. That's just not that's not just a video game title, right? All right. That'll be the lasting message. Do something, right? Share something. Work on something. Maybe share your experience. Life has a way of bringing people together when you have a level of understanding of how you can express yourself, right? And communicate. I think this type of platform is underutilized in the sense that it is limited in the way a person is able to use. I think you can connect with a lot of people, albeit like excluding bad actors, right? The chances of bad actors and conflicts of interest. But there's something really, really wonderful about being able to not necessarily teach. You don't have to teach to have incredible or well-practiced interpersonal skills. Effective teaching requires that. However, you can voluntarily develop interpersonal skills. And that's when you get to meet, right? People don't mistaking you for something. They find you like, you get to find people like you. I think expression and interpersonal skills are incredibly underrated. If you're always asking yourself, why do I feel like I never belong with the friends, quote unquote, friends that I have? Or why do I always get roped into situations that I'm not very comfortable with or I don't like to be? Why can't I form a connection? Sometimes it goes a long way. Even if you can try a little bit from day to day, it becomes a little less and less strenuous to naturally improving your interpersonal skills. I have no shortage of amazing people that I've met or interesting people that I've met. And naturally, my inclination is if I can't interest someone, I certainly would try to find someone that they might relate to. I like bringing people together. That's probably a low key. If I had to give a hot take in my beliefs, I believe that if I can't do anything for a person, then someone else can. And the hot take here is if you bring people together, then the problem often solves themselves. I think having the natural ability to know and understand people and then bringing appropriate people together helps solve and go a long way to many problems, social problems that we have today or deficient today, without me needing to learn any type of special skills. Like I don't necessarily need to help an ailing person with a life experience that they don't understand. I can bring two people together appropriately and they will help each other. I think that's a wonderful way to circumvent the necessity to have to be an expert in it. I think there's something really magical about that. And I sure as heck am gonna keep on nagging at you, Sub-Zero, for being absent whenever there's cool Norwegians around. I'm just saying. Who knows? You guys might listen, Sub-Zero. One last thing. I don't even know if possibly you're going to the same university. You see what I mean? Like, okay, real talk. If you can fill me in quickly. How many universities are in Norway? Like, if I said like I encountered 20 Norwegians, right, that went to university, what are the chances that one of the 20 go to the same university that you do? Is it a lot? Or is there very particular ones that take up most of the people go to very, very specific ones? Because I don't even know. There's a chance that person goes to your same university. If it's a whole language major, then most likely not. There are no Japanese programs at yours. Yeah, the person mentioned that they're taking Japanese as a class, but not as a major. He's that person is doing a teaching major, so pedagogics. Oh, okay, but there's a good chance it's the same one I went to for your bachelor's. Well, see, there you go. I would love to see. Maybe. I'll keep most of the people sorted. I think right now, I can see there are a few people who should meet each other in some way. Like, at least that's what I think. All right. Language learning, guys. Language learning. What's the hot take? Language learning is bringing people together, right? I don't care. Like, to me, I know it is very important to be proficient in language and all that stuff. But man, learning language also invites people who are multicultural or interested in being multicultural, right? You don't have to be born multicultural per se to have an appreciation. And language learning has been a really wonderful vehicle to bring people together, especially people who like learning, at least learning. Now, maybe less so about teaching, but we'll work on that. I'll make a teacher out of you yet, Sub-Zero. All right. Hey, I'm just kidding. No pressure. All right, we're gonna switch gears now.